Hell yeah. It's almost time. It is almost time. I think it's along the load. 1 hour, 25 minutes. Nice. Yoink. All right. See if we can get Act 3 done in time. I doubt it. We really push, maybe? Maybe? I don't know though. Taking so long to load. Hello? Crazy. I mean, all I did was update my driver. There we go. Holy shit. Are all the settings the same? Yeah. Weird. Okay. Go get Storm Blast. We didn't get a new bow because it wasn't as good. Right.
It was dry, hey?
I yelled at her earlier for doing that. Leveled. Why is everything so like delayed right now? This is crazy. Take an exalt. Do. Where were we? Going down, right? Could use some strength. Get this next. Definitely need a new weapon. I mean, this one's fine, not, you know, horrible. Get him out of here.
Need more mana.
Yeah, we should get some mana on kill, huh? Kill a rare.
Another notch on me helmet.
A dooba da booba dee boo. Is this where the monkey is? It might be. So it might not be. No. No monkey. Oh, it all looks the same, man. The Venom Crypts. Well, might as well get that out of the way. Last time we literally went everywhere, and it was the last place we went. Hopefully we can make this quick.
Not a chance.
Sarcophagus. Oops. Snake's got me. Reconnecting, why? Why, why are we going on here? What happened? Why do we... Why did we lose? I think we're back. I lost internet. That's fun. Good. Rome is restarting in 20 minutes. Try that. Weird.
Stay still, damn it!
This is not the way. Need some upgrades. Pick up there just to be on the safe side. Of course. Yeah, I don't really know the layout to this place. Damn, again? Check out that. Hopefully it's got more than 10% movement speed. Really don't feel like doing an abyss right now. That up. We're gonna get this jewel socket, but we gotta go back to our stash to grab the one we have. Take that. Where's that? Over here. Ah, finally. All right, get me out of here. All right, first things first. Did you shoot me? This, more evasion, increased damage with hits against rare and unique, and reload speed. Yoink. All right, why does that look like? Wide. All right, Servy. Down threshold, element, mana regen, do stun threshold.
Don't drink the water.
Don't the water. Don't drink the water. Ooh. All right, what are we at? 7. Nice. Identify me, sir. All right, let's see here. Getting rid of that. I mean, eh. Of course, no movement speed.
I like it.
Fire damage. Get
Don't drink
get
the
rid of
water.
it. All right. Beep, 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 beep. Look what we got here. Look what we got here. Get over here, sir.
What a ruckus! Fire!
Damn. I rolled into him instead of around him. That's the first time that dude's killed me in like a year. You freaking... Again? Holy shit, boys. Holy shit, boys. We're fucking up. There's no way I was out of that. Holy shit. What's going on? I never died of this fucking monkey. That's crazy. Can you stay in my grenade, sir? Jesus.
Growing big around here.
I don't know why that was so difficult today. But, you know, we're here now. And we got our main skill. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Bling, bling, bling. Stormblast bolts has got to get... Okay. Lightning and... We'll go get... Thing. Dude, it dropped again? What's going on? What? Why are we dropping frames? I keep losing internet connection. So annoying. I mean, you might, but it just not... I don't know what's going on. Nice. Yeah, so we're gonna go back to camp. Yeah, it's twice now. Let's look at this. Feed. All right. That supports, right? Level 1 support. Level... Do I have... Yeah. That one. And then, I think I still have... Yeah, we got one. Okay. We go. Okay. Moving now.
Quickly.
What do you need? I like it. Be wary.
Anything good in the shops yet? Can't buy those? Goddamn movement speed, holy shit.
You hear a click?
All right, back we go. What's up, Dragon? Dude, I'm pumped, dude. I've been waiting for this reveal, man. Waiting for it. Also, Dragon, have you seen the new setup? Have you seen it? I don't want to go there. I want to go do, actually, yeah, we have to go there. Thinking, we gotta get to the swamp from here. If we go to the swamp.
Fight in the jungle again, damn it.
Weapon. What level is our weapon? 14. Yeah, we gotta get this thing upgrade. What is killing me? Boom. I've not seen it, so basically I'm running 2 PCs now. So I got the gaming PC and I got the streaming PC. The stream is now an ultra wide, if you haven't noticed, and it's super crispy as well. So now I can play no drop frames to deploy an update. What are they deploying? No drop frames, no stutters, because now I have a second PC just encoding the stream. So hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. What is this patch they're doing? Did they release? Oh, what are they doing? What are they doing? How much was your setup? Well, it's not like a top of the line PC, but it's an upgrade. The computer was like 1100. Monitor got on sale for like 260 bucks. The Elgato is 300 bucks. Plus the other PC. All in all, I would say, like, with everything I have, probably over 3,000. But one more hour. Is he that good? Hell yeah. Yeah, well, my internet's gone out twice today, but that's nothing I can fix. But yeah, man. Moving all characters to standards already? I thought that was on the 8th. I don't think they were doing that just yet. Yeah, it's pretty good. I had a 2070 Super, and I now have a 5060, which is like the low end of the new cards, like the cheapest one, but it's way better than my 2070 Super. So it's an upgrade. It's a big upgrade. Oh, great. A Druish process? Yes. If it is, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing here. I'm pretty sure
I'm not touching a
they're not migrating yet. Oh, you mean a druid princess? That's me. That's me. I'm the prettiest druid out there. Pretty little princess. Yeah, babe. It's me. We gotta find a ball glitch. Dude, stop. I'm not fighting them because I'm gonna have to come back and farm them once I get the spirit. I mean, I can always reset the instance. I can cook an egg on laptop playing PoE too. Dude, I bet. My computer doesn't even get that hot anymore. Yeah, we were just having too many issues with the encoder being overloaded. It couldn't stream max graphics plus handle gameplay. We have to get a new bow. Bye, sir. We gotta go try to get one right now. As soon as we get to the swamp. Gotta try. The dookie damage. Dookie damage. Did you hear Nvidia stop production on the Super Series? No, did they? Holy shit. I wonder why. Just thinking about Spaceballs. Dude, that movie's so old now. Seen a bit? Alright, man. Sounds good, Dragon. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, it's down for maintenance, huh? Alright. Well, you know, what are we gonna do, boys? But they're doing maintenance. Pretty sure... See, I don't think it was today. Yeah, it ends on December 8th. So we still got 4 more days. So what's this patch for then? What are they doing? I don't see any news anywhere. Oh, here we go. Added support for the upcoming The Last of the Druids Path of Exile 2 announcement and new supporter packs. Added the Keepers of the Flame soundtrack. Fixed a bug where the Champion's Podium map device was not updating pillar animations. Enabled the Exile's Treasure hideout decoration microtransaction for use in Path of Exile 2. Enabled the Echoes of the Maven boots. Fixed a bug where the Shatter visual effect was not playing. Fixed a bug where the Cauldron map device microtransaction was no longer tracking its relevant statistic. 15 minutes? Oh, because of RAM price? Dude, that's crazy. I don't know, because I don't know what they're... I usually just get the $30 one, but they'll be revealed in an hour on the live stream. That's what this patch is. It's enabling. Are you sure? Yeah, well, all my stuff's on PlayStation. Which sucks, because I had some cool shit. Beep, 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 boop, boop, beep. 15 minutes? Come on, man. Alright, well, what if we pull up... Are they even live yet?
Never seen on board night.
Shut your mouth. Doodle-doodle-doo-doo-doo. I don't think they are. Appreciate it. Watch yourself. Or watch yourself. There might not be any hot water left. David ran out super fast. I didn't even get to enjoy a hot, steamy... Okay. All right. I don't think they're live yet. Probably be like, what, 30 minutes before. So now we wait. Now we wait. Yeah. Still no performance fixes? Yeah. If we're gonna get that, it's gonna be on the new update. I'm really hoping for it. Really hoping for it. Beep, 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 beep. Dude, I'm tired of getting these scam likely calls, dude. It's fucking like 10 to 20 a day. It's so annoying. Get them out of here. You know? Well, if it's gonna be 15 minutes, I might as well heat up some wings real quick, you know? And then we can play a little bit more. Try to get a better weapon and then watch the live stream. You know? Imagine a mirror drops and you get lagged out due to performance issues when you relog, your map is gone. I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it's happened. I'd be so fucking mad. I would be so mad. I'm sure somebody's gotten boned like that before. Oh man, I mean the last reveal was good for the third edict. It was really good. You know, we got all of Act 4. We got the interludes, some new stuff. I mean, I'm assuming it's really just going to be Druid and Endgame and not much else outside of that. Really looking forward to the patch notes as well. I want to know what's getting nerfed, you know? I when I dropped my first div, ooh, dude, I would have probably rage quit. Oh man. I mean, like, ever since I've been on PC now and not on console, it would be, well, I guess because you also have dynamic culling on, like, it would be noticeably, like, the graphics would, like, get real, like, nasty. It would get, like, blurry and pixelated. It would get, like, real slow. I haven't had that. I think the lowest we go down is, like, maybe, like, 32 FPS on the PC, but it usually stays between, like, 45 and 65 during combat. If there's an abyss, obviously it's horrible, but I'm hoping now if we, dude, we're over 1,000 hours, still no mirror, so maybe one day. PC is the way, dude. I know. It's just fucking, PCs are so goddamn expensive these days, you know? Do you know the way? It's only bad when you do Deli with Abyss. Yeah, I remember I tried one of those, and I think I went down to 4 FPS on the PlayStation, and I was like, so I can't juice my maps, I can't try to get better currency, I can't. I mean, a lot of people have been asking for Delirium Fog toggle switch. If that happens, that'll save a lot of resources, and I would actually farm Delirium maps because they're not hard. It's just the performance aspect, you know? Lame AI, dude, I know. I was we were watching a video early. I think it was an Asmongold video, and he was talking about because the Nvidia guy was on Joe Rogan. She started listening to it. I gotta listen to it later, but they were just talking about all, like, what's gonna happen and, like, how many jobs are gonna be replaced. Like, you're talking about millions of jobs, and then they're talking about universal basic income, and it's like they were talking about only like $1,000 a month. I'm like, dude, if you're gonna take jobs from millions of people, like 20-30% of the workforce, you're gonna have to, universal basic income is gonna have to at least cover minimum expenses, because you're gonna have that many people out of a job. And then I think right now, I think the stats are there's more people unemployed than there are jobs available, so it's only gonna get worse. So it's like, you can't, if you're gonna give universal basic income, it's got to be enough for people to pay for rent, pay for food, necessities, and to get by. Because if they can't get a job because everybody's unemployed because of this fucking robot shit, like, it's gonna be a shit show, you know? To make it toggle and the music for it sucks. Yeah, the trifecta of douchiness. Did I listen to every Joe Rogan? You still your tongue, sir. It's not about helping people, it's about greed and power. Well, I mean, what is it, like the top 1% holds all the wealth or something? But I saw one of the AI CEOs saying that he was like, yeah, he's like, we should tax all the AI companies and then feed it back into you know, the public, which I agree, because where these data centers are popping up, they're upping people's electricity, and they don't have a choice because these data centers take up so much fucking power. And it's like, well, if you're gonna fucking charge us for your fucking plant, it's so crazy. The world is in such a bad place, you know? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'd be all about it. Because then if they say, you know, I got 1,000, I could then just stream every day, get the ad revenue, and make about what I'm making now. And I you know, could fucking deal with that. Dude, ever since COVID, like, I hate going to work. I hate working. I hate dealing with people. I hate dealing with the public. Like, fucking working a job sucks, you know? Like, all those years I was working 6 days a week, 8 to 10, sometimes 12-hour shifts, and it's like, it fucking wore me down. And then COVID happened, and I had like a year and a half off, and I was getting, you remember when COVID hit, they gave you unemployment? They were giving me like 1,000 a week. I only made after taxes like about $1,400 every other week after taxes. And when COVID hit, I was getting 1,000 a week. And so was my ex-wife at the time. And like, we were getting $8,000 a month. And it was like, I don't want to go back to work. I'm getting more to stay at home. And like that, ever since then, dude, I've been like, nah, fuck that, you know? Hope it has a bubble and it pops soon. I don't know. I don't know if it will pop. I have a feeling it's not gonna pop. What's up, Duke? Consider you may get a sex robot before you die. That's worth poverty, 100%. 100%. But then you got to get your girlfriend or wife to be okay with having threesomes with the sex robot. Or then you got to pick one. You're like, do I want the real coochie? Or do I want the fake coochie? One is going to do all the house chores, not fight with you, not bitch. I mean, if you got to get a blow dryer and heat it up, you know, what are you going to do? Always hated dealing with customers. Chipotle. Dude, I worked at a casino. I was a table games dealer, and then I was a fucking manager. Like, I had to oversee 4 to 6 games, deal with fucking dealers that couldn't speak English because they would just hire anybody, and then all the crybabies losing their money, mad, upset, fucking drunk. It was the worst fucking thing. Like, thousands of people a night. Dude, I fucking hated it. Let's see if we can log in. Nope. Oh, we gotta patch the game. Fuck. All right, hold on. I'm sitting here waiting. Everyone collectively lost their minds in 2020. Look at another timeline. Dude, I loved it. Because, like, I've always been, like, a loner. I was an only child. I always just, like, I had friends. Like, I had a R33 Skyline. And, like, I would go to car meets. And, like, you know, I had friends. And I like to go out. But I've always just played video games and just sat by myself my whole life. So when that happened, I was like, fuck yeah, this is great. I can stay at home, get paid more than I'm making, and play video games. Dude, I love COVID. Take me back, dude. Shut it down again. Wifey gets her own robot. You get robo-cucked. God damn it. Ray, talk to her about it. As long as she gets a hot anime Asian husband robot, she's fine with it. See, it's all about compromise, you know? It's all about compromise. Robot's gonna run you like 20K minimum. Dude, there was one, I think it was like a month or two ago. I think it was maybe a month ago. It was one that was like, could go around and do chores. And I think it was like 15 or 20K is what it started at. But then when you really broke it down, like you had to like still control it, and it sucked, but it'll get there. I mean, AI is going fast. It's just every year it just skyrockets like exponentially. It's gonna get insane real quick. Culling will happen soon with the attitude of everything sucks when we actually live in the most amazing of times. You can sit and complain about working while actually making a small living. Yeah. I don't know. When you look at like wages haven't gone up, but the price of everything goes up. Like when I worked at the casino, they kept everybody as a dual rate. So I could either deal table games, blackjack, roulette, craps, baccarat, all that shit, or they would suit me up. I only made $25 an hour when I was a supervisor. And every year when it was time for a raise, they would give me a raise on my dealer pay. And dealers at casinos get paid like waitresses. They start you at $4.50 an hour. And guess how much my raise would be? A good raise, 12 cents. 12 fucking cents. And guess how much they would give me on my supervisor pay? 0. I would make 25 an hour. And I would literally be suited up 364 out of 365 days. So they would give me a 9 to 12 cent raise. And it literally did nothing. So they kept me at the same wage for 4 years. And I was like, all right, fuck this shit. And it was so hard to get full floor. And then you were making like $28.50 or $29, and then you got raises. But dude, it's such a fucking scam, you know? And it was like, even back in, God, I started the casino in 2014. Even back then, you know, every year your rent goes up, fucking grocery prices go up. And it's like, I'm making the same fucking wage every year. It was so annoying. And it's only gotten worse, you know? Tentacle bot 9,000. You guys are going to be watching the stream. It's going to be tentacles fucking choking me out and shit. Worked every other day, 10 to 12 hours. Working, ooh, biochemical. Damn. Lost track of what day it was? Yeah. Damn, dude. That sounds dangerous. Prices go up. They never go down. Well, we had a union, right? There was a union for the dealers. But once you got to dual rate and you were half supervisor, half dealer, you weren't allowed in the union. And then I remember a year and a half after I started at the casino, all the new hires started at $5.50 an hour. And I was like we all everybody that, you know, started before then, we're like, these fucking idiots come in, they can't even speak English, they can't deal, they can't do anything, they suck at their fucking job, they're mispaying, they can't deal the cards right, they can't do math, and they're making $1 more than us, and we've been here, and you can't bump us up to $5.50. And eventually the union got the people that started earlier to be bumped up to $5.50 base, but it didn't affect me because, again, I was a fucking dual rate. Fucking dude, it was such a scam. And then I remember one of the older ladies, she was like a union rep while also working. And she made like $90,000 a year on top of fucking working at the casino. And like, we'd have nights where you'd make like $36 an hour because we'd have like a whale come in and tip big. And it's like, the unions are such a scam. They barely do anything for you. And I think it was like $28 or $29 a week went to union fees. So it was like $100 a month. And we had, I don't know, 800 dealers. It was so much money, dude. It's crazy. They have no reason to bump you up. You're already accepted the starting rate. Exactly. It's everything's a fucking scam, you know? It was so rough. But then like, it was always upsetting because like I would always be a supervisor because I was good at it. And you'd have a night where somebody came in the high limit room and fucking they were winning big, you know, they won like $1.2 million. They were a celebrity or they were just a whale. And most of them don't tip, but some do tip very well. And like, I think our highest was like $53 an hour. So you're looking at the dealers made $400 that night because there was a good tipper. And guess what I made as a floor? 200. And it's like fucking like that meme. It's like, oh, great. Happy for you. Sick. Union dues are worth it only if you constantly need that union. Yeah, only if. But they never did anything. Like they would come in and they would sit in like, you know, where the entrance for the employees were. And they would act like they would do shit. But then when it came time to do it, like they never did anything. It's such a fucking joke. Fucking crazy. But I know like unions for like, you know, steam fitters or like, you know, HVAC, plumbing, electric. Those unions are good. Those unions are usually pretty good. But the casino union, pfft, nope. And nope. Unions breed dog fuckers. Hell yeah. Dude, get me back in. I gotta get a bow. All right, boys, we got 41 minutes. So we're gonna get back into this. right now. Let's see if those supporter packs are up. Cool. How far did you get with Rapid Shot? I used it. I still have it equipped. We got new packs. Let me do it on mouse. I just unlocked Stormblast, and I'm pretty much not going to use it anymore. But I used it for Act 2 mainly. But all right, maybe they're not here. 6 new featured items. Hell yeah, where are they? I guess here. This is just early access supporter packs. Can you load? All right, whatever. Fucking broken, I guess. Yeah, job replacement coming, middle management. Oh yeah, middle management. They don't fucking do anything anyway, you know? Oh, shit. Where is... Should be this way. We'll go get the waypoint for the swamp, and then we'll fucking go gamble for a new X-bow. Yeah. Not it. Here we go. Found the grass. Found the grass. There's a bridge. What's that line doing? All right, here we go. Here we go. The Yazakabog. And then we can go get our companion, Derby.
I'm in their home turf now.
The mama.
You are I'll wait here for now.
I wait here for now. I wait here for now. It acts like they want AI, but then they don't want to be replaced by AI. Yeah, I mean, I use AI pretty much every day, but they just gotta, somehow, you know, if they're gonna take all the jobs, they gotta fucking give us some money, you know.
Some pretty things, yes.
Some pretty things, yes. Hold on, I ain't wasting my scrolls. I ain't wasting them.
Yeah.
All right, what we got on this thing? I can get down with that. We can work with that. We're gonna work with that too. Sick. All right, cool.
Don't eat anything colorful.
We got what? 2 exalts. Oh, or we can also do this. Yeah, give me nice. I don't think I have any. No, don't. Okay. We didn't unlock the fucking. God damn it. Wealth manager wants to negotiate your salary every 3 years max. They don't want to give you a raise, you dip. Yeah, I mean, I remember at the casino, you were supposed to get a raise every year, but then they pushed them back, so it was like every year and a half. And I fought that shit, even though I didn't benefit from it. I was like, nah, you're gonna fucking give me my 12 cents. Yeah, they'll give the new hire that wage anyway. Exactly. Oh, the job market's horrible right now. It's a bunch of ghost listings, fake jobs. Companies use AI to like filter out keywords. People apply to like tens to hundreds of jobs, tens a day, hundreds a month, and they'll get like 1 or 2 callbacks, and then they'll go to like the 2nd or 3rd interview, and they're like, we've selected somebody else. Sorry, get fucked. It's fucking, it's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, exactly. They have recruitment software. That shit'll get you. I need the lightless passage. Where we gotta go. Yeah, the fake hiring ads to keep. Yep, that. And I think the government gives them money if they're like actively hiring or some shit. I remember that was a thing. It's just, it's fucking crazy. The crazy world. Where's the passage? Please don't hurt me. Ain't it?
Always some sort of ritual going on.
Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Where is it? Oh, he got me. Old bastard. Oh yeah, Indeed's the fucking worst. I remember like 2.5 years ago I was trying to use Indeed and it just fucking sucked. I was like most of the jobs on there that I qualified for, like they were like, we'll pay you $14 or $15 an hour. I'm like, yeah, no, I can't live on that. Fucking passage at. Where is it? Right, entry level position, you get $12.50 an hour, but you gotta have a bachelor's degree and you gotta have 6+ years of experience. It's like, it's entry level. How am I supposed to have the experience, you fuck ass? Dude, it makes no sense. That's not where we want to go.
Stay still, damn it!
I don't recognize the world anymore. Yeah, it's completely changed from when we were kids. Completely changed. Damn it. Had its own different major flaws, yeah, but it was, I don't know, better. Is that it? Is that it? No. The frick is it? Hiya! Where the passage at? Found it. You had hope for a decent future, true.
Looks like someone dug too deep.
Well, it's like student loan debt.
Let the darkness
It's
in.
so expensive. Like, it's not even worth it. And they let these kids get into these majors that aren't even real, or don't pay, or it's just like oversaturated, so they get out and they can't even get a job. I stopped paying my student loan debt fucking years ago. I think when COVID hit, I just keep fucking put it on deferment, whatever. From 2012, for something I never used. I couldn't get into the, basically I went to like a tech school instead of like a community college or a regular college. And they were like, oh yeah, like you'll get certified in this and then you can do this. It was for medical billing and coding. But I'm gonna die, I'm getting raped. Medical billing and coding. And then come to find out, the this ain't where we need to go. The medical billing and coding part of the schooling was 2.5 weeks long, and it was not enough to get certified, and they basically threw us into another class that was just like generic, like fucking just bullshit medical stuff for like front-end office stuff. So it was a scam. And then all of us like went to like the Department of Education, but we never got to get our money back or anything, and I still owe them money. It's just fucking shitty. I have the loot. What's up, Beast? Windows open, ready to bust. Hell yeah, dude. 32 minutes. We're all gonna bust it up. Hell yeah. Also, to make it through the patch, I want to level. Yeah, dude. I'll be on it. I'll be here doing them levels. Do you believe society is constantly improving, but like any growth, there are peaks and valleys? Yeah. Oh, we're in a deep ass valley. Yeah, like when you like the kids are like their fucking minimum payments are like $800. It's like, what the fuck, dude? How are you gonna pay for rent, pay for that? It's crazy. I mean, I would like some lightning damage, but I think we're just gonna go with the fizz.
But this fetches a price. Assuming they don't curse.
Telling people to go to college as a baseline is just bad info. White collar jobs pay extremely well. Not everyone's cut out for college. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 100% with you on that one. Like, you can get some real good jobs. Thinking medical billing was golden ticket. Back in the day, they made it seem like it was so good, so profitable. And like, I even had what was it? I think they called it an externship. It wasn't an internship, it was like an externship. And I had to do like 80 hours for free. And they put me back with the medical biller and coders, but they're like, well, you basically can't do this because fucking you didn't get enough schooling to get your certificate. So we can show you, but we can't hire you for that. And then I was still doing a job where I was a rep for Science Diet dog and cat food for like 44 PetSmarts and Petcos in the Maryland area. And my last day at that office for my externship, they bought me a Garmin and were like, sorry, we can't hire you, but here's this for your current job. Have fun. I was like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I was so mad. I was so fucking mad. Dexterity? All right. Well, we're going to roll with it. Because it's, even without the +3, it should still be better. I mean, even without the +3 and not having lightning, it should still be better. Think I have any decent physical cold damage. We'll add some fire damage and physical for now. About all I can do. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's way more damage. Way more damage. Even out the +3. Fine. Okay. And we get an extra grenade. Fuck yeah. And we get mana per kill. Oh, we're cruising now. We're cruising. And then we gotta do something with that bad boy. Armor. I'll take that. Cold res. Nice. Let's fucking throw another one on there. Thorns damage, my favorite. All right. I'll take it. Take it. We're doing more damage. What is it? Oh, oh yes. That's nice. All right. Back to fucking digger, right? Blah, 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 blah. Blue collar, white collar, red collar, it's all the same collar, you know? There are lots of people that are up to their eyeballs in student debt and can't get a job in the industry and went to school for, and they have to go back to college to get a diploma. Yeah, dude, it's so crazy. Like, I feel bad for these kids because they push college so much, and then it's like you just fuck yourself for the rest of your life. You're in debt. It's so bad. It's rough, man. It's rough out there.
Yes.
All right, now try to get some new boots. I need movement speed boots. What can you get?
I've got for that myself anyway.
None of them have the speed. Exactly, block. Basically free labor. Unpaid work experience is slavery? Yeah. Hell yeah. Come on. Movement speed. Movement speed. Nobody gave me movement speed. Do we chance it? Yeah. Wow, it's horrible. Bah. No. Bah. Shit. Pulling magic to a rare. All right. Ah, God damn it, dude.
What do
All right. Well,
I tried
as long as we got a better weapon, we can just fucking crank through. We got 26 minutes. All right. Let's go kill the Bog Witch. Get us some spirit. It's too late. What's up, Madhu? Yeah, dude, we got the dual PC ultra wide setup going. The only thing I got to upgrade now is my fucking webcam. This thing's from like 2016. This fucking, I gotta get one of those DSLR professional cameras that fucking make me look good, you know?
Slow him down.
Oh yeah, all right. Our damage is good. Good damage. With Innervate, oh yeah. We got 4 grenades now as well. I'd love to see it. All right, where's the burning things? That mana on kill is just chef's kiss right now. Where is... Dude, Shut your mouth, boy. Not that way. Down there? It might be down here. Yeah. Blow them all up. Mana issues are gone.
These bastards gotta pay for what they did to those children.
Oh, damn, that's a lot of views. Get him out of here. All right, sir. Want some grenades? Want some fucking grenades? Goodbye. Stupid ass. We can see your nose hairs. I trim those bitches. I pull them out with my fingers. I'm a heathen. We're gonna take the quality on that. Take that. Light these up. Your camera makes you look younger. It might. It might. I don't know. That made me look old as shit. Did I miss one? I thought I touched it.
I don't want your damn dark power.
Here we go.
But I'll sure as hell use it against you.
Dude, the lighting looks so good now. Holy shit. Dude, console sucks compared to... It's not even... It's crazy what I've been missing out on. Where's this bog lady at? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Might be over here. Where you at, lady? Huh. And maybe now we're getting back to the beginning. Yep. Oh, probably back over there. Go, go, go. Dude, I'm ready for this reveal. Come on, man. God damn it. Balls deep time with the beast. Beast over on Twitch. Hell yeah. You just let me run. Actually, we're about to level. Yeah, we ain't gonna make it. Fuck it. He's got to be over here. What you doing, huh? dead. Where is she? The reveal is soon, lady. Reveal yourself. No? Alright, we found it. We got her. Got her. Alright, we ready? My TV stream looking cinematic? Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad. I'm glad it looks good. So the new Steam console? I don't know. I'm not getting one. I know that. 1080p. Dab doop dab da.
You can't be serious. A flying bone stick.
Ow, lady. Have fun with that. Are you dead? You're dead. Stupid ass.
Take it, children. That's where I draw the
GGG,
line
please.
with
Please don't
rather
nerf
awful sticks.
my beloved Stormblast. Please don't. Whatever you do, don't take it away from me. Please. We're gonna pump some fucking... Strength is really low. Get some reload speed. See that gorgeous hair in high def? You guys aren't ready for that. You guys aren't ready for that. I'm not going Druid. I'm gonna... Like, I would play Druid. I think it'll be fun. But I'm gonna wait till I make a second pass on the campaign. I need... Poison.
I'd have done it either way.
We want that one. Want the poison. Yeah. I let them out an hour and 15 minutes ago, so they're good. They're solid.
Still alive?
Let Holopalm let Holopalm and Stormblast through, yeah, right? Only 2% of us are playing Mercenary. Please don't hurt me.
My tribe.
You know? Please don't hurt me. Where are we at? Alright, so we can get Spirit now. Bling. And we are gonna go... Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's just a regular skill gem, I think. I believe. $36. Okay, well, can we do it with this? Aim Beast. Aim Beast is a level 9. So we need a level 9 before we can get that. Alright, fine. Turn on the Ash. Fuck yeah. I don't know why you're so excited. You don't say that, Duke. You don't say that. It's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Nope. Alright, well, we can't do anything with that. And upgrade this. They're not going to take it away from me. They won't. 1080p game and everything on max and 200 FPS average. That is true. Jonathan watching right now taking notes. Can you imagine? Please don't, Daddy Jonathan. Please. There's only 2% of us playing this class. Don't do it. Yeah, we got time to kill the Chimera real quick. Oh, your friend finally popped back in? Well, that's good. I know you said he was MIA. All right, we gotta find Trial of Chaos.
Knew it.
Bling. What kind of chest you got over here, huh?
Saving this lot. They're long gone.
They're long gone. Excuse me, boys. I don't want to fight. It's somewhere over here. We're gonna find it. Damn Abyss. Maybe we got time for you right now. Actually, no, we might get a level 9 skill gem, so maybe we do it. Maybe we do it. All in a day's work. Need some better gear. Stat. What you doing over here, huh? Gonna zap me? Dum-dum. Big old dum-dum. Large. Definitely ain't getting... Fucking there it is. And a crossbow. Hell yeah. Frick is it? Found it. Time is it? Oh, we got 15 minutes. Blood Mage was fun. I didn't play Spark Blood Mage, but I did a Blood Mage, and it was very fun. We can kill a Chimera very easily. We don't need the beast right now. I will engrave it though. So we have it. Hello? Hope it gets the nerf back. It is strong. I feel like Blood Mage and Lich are probably like super strong. I hope Deadeye gets a nerf too, because what was it, like 60-some% of players were Deadeye this league? It's too much. Too much.
Might be a good idea to
this is where that
avoid
fucking
breathing around here.
creature is. Yeah, this thing. You dead, sir. Foul orb. Want poison builds to get a boost? That would be nice. Poison feels a little underwhelming at times. Or maybe like changes to bleed as well, because I feel like bleed just doesn't work unless you have just your hit does a ton of damage. If you don't do a ton of damage on one big hit, bleed just doesn't seem to really do much. At least from what I've messed around with. You get close? Yeah, we're here. We're here. Can you all die, please? Thanks. Okay, alright. We're ready. Blood Mage and Deadeye, everything else is fine. Think so? Like dot builds? There's bleed bow, there's dog shit. Yeah, I tried to bleed crossbow and it fucking sucked. I had like 280% bleed magnitude and it fucking sucked. I need to buzz. Fuck yeah, dude. Here we go. Thanks. Dum dum. Go ahead, fly away. Are you coming over here? Here we go. Ready? Ready, boys? He's dead. See ya. Wouldn't want to be a loser.
What's this then?
Can we run the Trial of Chaos in 10 minutes? Probably not. I say fine. I just think nothing else needs a nerf. Some things definitely need a buff. Yeah, see, I hope that they just buff. Like, instead... What's up, Trevor? Good morning, sir. I hope instead of nerfing shit, they just bring other things up. That, you know, that would be better. Stormblast Bolt's sexy. Got me bricked up. It's good damage, I know. It's fucking crazy.
That's
Crazy
gonna
how good
come
it is.
alive, innit? I just
A
know
foul
it.
ruin that hasn't been looted? No one from camp has managed to make it to
I
this
talk to this hoe?
mechanism.
All right, we're gonna go back to town. I gotta turn my head to see my monitors. It's crazy. I'm gonna need a neck brace. Do it as lightning? I know. There was a China leak that happened. So I saw the other forums. And the wolf looks kind of the best. Definitely the fastest. It had a thing where like you went forward and then you hopped back and like sliced like that. It was so fucking cool. Perfect timing, we can walk back. Hell yeah. And then the other form that's been people have been speculating was there. So,
What do you need?
and that looked pretty good. And no thanks.
Idea.
Ooh. Ooh. We can get our +3 back. It doesn't have good elemental. It's not. Get rid of it. That's poop. Get rid of it.
I like it.
Get rid of it. 39 spirit? Oh my. Oh my. We're keeping that. We have tame beast, so we can actually use this. Let's upgrade Galvaner. Yeah, there was a Reddit post. Somebody leaked the China. It's basically like, I guess like it was like a 2-minute trailer with the druid, and it showed like all the forms of the druid and like all that shit. It was on the Discord, or not the Discord, the Reddit. It was like a leak thread. I love Wolf, but I'll maybe. And I thought about sending you the link, Duke. I can send it to you right now. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? I have it somewhere. Boom. All right, let's do that. Well, we don't have a regal, but I mean, we lose lightning and fire. Be okay. We'll hold it for now till we get a regal. Seen it yesterday. Oh, that's when it came out. Damn, low on it. Yeah, 39 spirit's big. His wife get him. Yeah, that'll allow us to have the boar and Herald of Ash along with Herald of Thunder, and then we can run Prowl of Chaos and grab all projectile damage builds pin, and then they can't move, and then we're cruising. Well, we might as well log out. Did they add the things? 18 new supporter pack. I don't think it's out. All right, boys. Let's see here. Boop beep boop boo boop boop boo. Path.
I'll give you 1/5 of my cookies for 1/3
Have to
of the
turn that up
pizza.
a bit.
Don't lowball me, Harold. 2 tenths. 3 tenths.
We'll do this.
Willingly doing fractions. That's the Lunchables effect.
Tender love and care makes life worth living. They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't bro, don't fix it. Well, I guess we'll do this so we can see chat. Why not?
From Taco Bell, a brand new classic.
And make some adjustments over on this. Yeah. We'll do it. Holy shit, that looks so cool. It looks pretty good, man. I'm not gonna lie. I think the wolf form looked the best, honestly. The wolf was looking the best. Let's turn this up. It might be too loud, but we'll see. Grab you soda. Dude, I don't have any. I've been trying to wean off the soda. It's like when I play, especially when I play a video game and I drink soda now, my vision gets like double vision. Like when I stare at the screen, like the images like clone themselves. So like for League launch, I'm going to try not to have any soda so I can play longer. Fucking sucks. I've been drinking some Ocean Spray, cranberry, pineapple. It's pretty good, you know? No caffeine. A long shower. Female things, like braiding that coochie. Tying them lips together. Yeah, the wyvern. That looks good as well. I have a feeling the wolf is going to be probably the most popular because it's going to be the fastest. But yeah, the wyvern going up and spraying fire. Imagine if you can get the movement speed on that like faster and you can just fucking fucking fly at like 40% movement speed across the map. Dude, imagine that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know? I need that chicken. Go get it. No caffeine, need eye opener to wake up. Yeah. Tough, man. I don't really have issues staying awake. Caffeine just makes me sleepy now. You know? Puts my lights out. If you're on Twitch, you can get the Twitch drops. By the way, it's going to be the poop running thing. Where is it? The I don't know what it's called. It's like an effect when you run or something. It's like green. Poop green. I don't know. What do you want from me? Will you ride a Roa? Imagine. Dude, there's no way they allow the animal forms to ride the Roa, dude. There's no way. Drain the viewer balls, please. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm excited for Druid. I'm not gonna play it first, but I am excited to mess around with it because last time I played Druid was Diablo 4, and it was really fun. Oh yeah, the Trial of the Ancestors, right? Dodge roll diarrhea. Hell yeah, dude. Let the wolf ride the row with lightning arrows. It's gonna be the OP build. Everybody keeps joking about the lightning arrow druid, you know? I hope they don't nerf lightning, but just bring everything else up. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers. Hi, I'm Mark Roberts. How many people are in here? 72,000, dude. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Well, we got probably about an hour reveal, and then we're gonna have like a 2.5 hour Q&A, and then we're gonna get the patch notes. So fucking get comfy, boys. we got a long day ahead of us. Who the fuck is this, dude? Ain't nobody watch people play football? Dude, get this ad out of my face. Fucking Tubi shit. I don't give a fuck. Me. Hey, the reveal. It's revealing. Reveal onto me. Mummy. You know? Pooping on a butt, pooping on a butt. We're getting crazy over here. Getting crazy. Getting crazy. Dude, it's very cold outside today. It hit -1 when I woke up. -1 degrees. It is currently 6 degrees right now. It's fucking cold. Freaking cold. It's 1 o'clock. Let's go. It's our camp right now. It's the reveal. Sorry, it's the reveal, bud. We're doing reveals. How many we got now? 84,000. Fucking right. I got the volume up a lot, so should be good. I'll adjust it as needed. Hell yeah. Oh, drop the frames. Okay. All right, don't do that. Okay. All right, my bad.
Hi, I'm Jonathan
we
Rogers,
go.
Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below.
Nice.
Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
I've seen it. Chicken to China. That's me, dude, just bussy out on the forest floor. Hell yeah. Just slinging my beast dong around, dude.
Well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Oh, shit.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Hell yeah. I'm glad they did another, like, cinematic for that. Dude, the ice claws on the wolf? Ice tornado wolf? I don't know, man. Flamethrower totems? The goddamn dragon. So he's gonna be like bleed. Oh shit. His pussy was out. Goddamn right it was. Don't you get the single digit temp here? You're lucky. I don't know, man. That does look pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie.
I will find you, Eve.
Is he gonna find his Val mommy with the 4 titties? Is that what he's finding?
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity.
Oh shit.
The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out.
I have to queef.
But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that druids use, animal talismans.
Ooh.
When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it.
Dude, that's so seamless.
We wanted to make sure that
God
swapping
damn.
between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul.
Okay.
Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better.
Oh, hell yeah.
As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear.
Wow.
Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
Yeah, I just want to be naked bear.
Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do.
Okay.
You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Khal. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer.
Oh, shit.
Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities.
Shit.
A true bear apocalypse.
Dude, they better increase
Now, the
Ignite.
bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering
God
animal,
damn.
with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode.
Oh shit, that's cool.
If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you.
Okay.
Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, cross slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time.
Not bad.
The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the Wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic Wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
Oh. Every time they show damage, it's always shitty. It'll be better.
Let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern.
Fuck yeah.
The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack.
Yeah, that looks pretty nice.
Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all.
Oh shit.
Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting.
Okay.
But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage.
That's actually pretty cool.
Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And
Did
you know
we
what
get
else
water
likes water?
finally?
Plants.
Yeah, dude, I'm
Water your
fucking
plants
wet
to
as
give
shit
them
looking at
various
this.
extra abilities.
So
Use
lightning's
Lightning
getting
Storm
another
with
buff.
Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
That's kind of crazy.
Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage.
Making shit wet, always a fun time. That looks
Now,
crazy.
This last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
God damn.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. so it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed. But they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these.
Yeah, the wheels are already turning, boys.
Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game,
Okay.
but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles.
Damn.
Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost.
Okay.
Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill.
Dude,
Try it out
Galvanic with
Lightning
that?
Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover.
Dude, Lightning
Now,
got
the
a
new
buff.
class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the
Oh,
Shaman.
what?
These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
What?
You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury.
What?
There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage.
Stop with the lightning.
When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree.
130?
By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing their spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death.
What?
Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other
This is
class can get,
crazy.
so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily.
Oh my god.
Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the Fate of the Val.
Oh shit. Dude, this, I don't know.
Palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn.
Dude, same.
The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Val.
Shit.
A gateway through time. Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me.
Oh shit.
Come now, give unto me your desire.
Yeah.
At last, fulfill my soul.
Damn, dude, they put hoes in the game. Oh shit. That's crazy. Dude, yeah.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
Oh, Mark?
Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Val League, you will find remnants of the ancient Val civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to
Yeah, he
attract
was.
nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Val may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Val. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts.
Interesting.
Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous.
Okay.
You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger.
I
so,
see.
That's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Laraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time,
4 times to that
but
3.
only to one specific point, right before Edzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Edzeri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
I mean, it looks great.
Edzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted.
Double corrupt.
What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Nice. Yep.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities.
Gem corrupt.
For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualottl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways.
He's using that minion that everybody hates.
One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
Shit.
Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want.
Wow. Holy shit.
Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh
Yeah, I'll be
Surgeon.
rage quitting for. I'm gonna lose everything. I never win
A
those
Vaal
rolls.
Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. but be careful.
Was that spicy?
The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Varl are great at crafting
Looks
items.
really good so far.
Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg.
Wait, what?
Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses,
What?
so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb.
Ew, what?
It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Varl Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Huh.
Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper-Lartal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time.
Huh.
Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
Jesus.
Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socketables back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it.
Okay.
Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Veil works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters.
Damn.
We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might.
Here.
In the Fate of the Varl, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Varl herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form.
God damn,
now,
boys.
We are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage.
There goes the Blood Mage. Jesus
but
Christ.
In addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Varl League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over,
they're using the Merc
it's
a lot.
important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame.
Okay.
If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
Okay.
You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree.
Makes sense.
You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. but there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses, but you can also make finishing an abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the abyssal. Or
Dude, they're
make your
using that
waystone modifiers also
tactician
apply
minion
to
a lot.
abyssal
Did they
depths.
buff it finally?
You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific abyssal faction.
This is
One
kind
of
of
the
nice.
important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do abyss crafting on waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because
shit.
it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
Okay.
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Veil does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly.
There you go.
So you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
Actually, I think that looks good.
Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead,
Dude,
we are
Hailstorm rounds
scaling up
goes
the
up past
difficulty
50
and
bolts.
rewards
Did they
by the
buff
same
it?
amount.
55?
So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters
We're
by
gonna have to do
40%,
Hailstorm.
they will instead
Look at
drop
that.
40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more
They
life,
buffed Hailstorm round.
in addition
Look
to
at
all the
that
normal
shit.
scaling they get due to being higher level.
I don't even know what
This
you're talking
only
about.
applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also
Holy
reduced the
shit.
speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it.
No.
The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon.
Rip.
Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance.
Okay.
And we have done a lot of work here.
Okay.
The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores.
Big W.
You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher. And
We'd
a
love to
lot
see
less
it.
bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months.
I mean, that's already huge.
Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes.
Oh boy.
Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced,
Damn.
as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava.
Okay.
Alongside the 20 plus new druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills
Jesus.
across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
250?
These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques,
Dude,
and
I'm right with you,
overall
Street.
build variety that can tackle our
Like-
most challenging content.
Mark and Jonathan are fucking...
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter
I'm not
packs.
even mad about
Today,
less endgame stuff.
we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Calguran packs.
Okay.
Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Damn.
First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you.
Huh.
The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation.
Whoa.
So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it.
Huh.
Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items.
Okay.
The Relic of the Precursor's map device
Oh, that's
is a
cool.
mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Calguran pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Calgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Calguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Calguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast.
That looks pretty cool.
This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, 2-hand maces, and shields.
No crossbow?
After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout.
Damn.
A home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey.
Yeah, I'm ready to go
As you
now.
approach,
We still got another
it will
8
awaken
days.
and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this,
Yeah, these-
an extra stash skin item will be granted to you. And when placed,
Compared to
will
other
automatically open to
games
any
and
stash
other
tab set with
developers,
the
like,
currency
they-
affinity, to help having
they
to
do it
navigate
big,
through
man.
your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
Okay.
Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Vale secrets by doing some dungeon crafting.
Pirates everywhere.
We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Damn. Yeah, patch notes are always after the reveal. It'll be after the Q&A. Damn. I mean, I'm a little upset we didn't get the big endgame changes. but optimization is huge. We get 100.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host,
New
Ziggy D, and today we're going to be
and then
touching on the
120
design
on the
of the
rest of the
Druid
tree.
and the fate of the Val League while we gather some community questions.
The Val
We'll
League
deep
looks
dive into
insanely
endgame,
fun.
balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So, yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been, like, no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So, I do have to open with this, though, is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually
be strong,
normally
don't worry.
expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
yes.
you know the like you know we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we are probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstraty side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. There's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. I'm just they're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, I'd say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand.
Sure.
I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how good
to even play it. And
I mean, 25% optimization. That's huge.
Like, it's almost immediately like very smooth. The shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well. Which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge roll, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal?
Every player said was weak was absolutely wrong. Yeah,
being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is
now
with it is that it's kind of like designing four classes in one. Because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead.
That's true.
So you kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, you know,
I want to see the skill tree. I want to see if Merc got any
way
new
back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is
hailstorm rounds capped at like 31, 32 bolts, and it was going into the 50s.
It's like a whole thing.
So,
you know, like I'll tell you the Wyvern, for example, Like, we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks, because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
we were like trying to, this is not working.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like, man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Yes. Like, I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal.
Yeah, like I'm looking forward to trying it. I'm gonna start Mercenary.
With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just
definitely
go
want to
back
mess
to
around with
it. We had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk?
They
on
didn't
4?
say anything about item rarity on gear, but they did up what the tablets can do and remove juicing. So
when you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs.
They only said something about the talisman. So
an interesting thing there, I don't think is each form
technically
has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like honestly,
yeah, they're always excited because they play their game. Like they want their game to be good. Like these are the best devs I've ever seen. Honestly,
bear has like
hands down
endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like, it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like, there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free-flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we you know, like to try and get. So you know, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like, I absolutely expect that. But yeah, no, there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there.
There's gonna be a lot of experimentation
this league. Of, how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well? I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff, but I can see even just from a design perspective, you know, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? But effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, you know, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like, you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time.
I mean,
but the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay,
we'll have to deep dive the patch
if you've
notes.
just got like 5
seems like it's gonna be massive
time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do.
Is it down to only 7K?
Yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like
there's all convoluted mechanics.
I want to be all forms going between. There was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly does just spiral into like, oh my God, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing. Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer, and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form, and then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the temple.
They're exploding. It was
I
definitely
think the campaign's a good length too.
Going on there. So.
Even just walking past.
I think the temple looks fun.
There's just many entangles.
It gives you
going
something
out,
to
and
do.
then that,
you know, not just all here's
gem,
just this one little mechanic, and then you beat it, and that's it.
I see chat being like, no, Zig, you don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed. Okay. There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended. Right. And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know.
Sorry,
we'll see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's like ridiculously powerful. That feels like way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like,
because like
you gotta let a few
Abyss
things
was
in there
fun,
that feel illegal.
But it was just so
doing what
basic.
The skill says.
I may
not
not
having like a temple in a room. Okay. I don't know. I'm excited for that.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily.
Got a meeting in 3 minutes, so I'm gonna have to.
I try and make sure with a lot of these
balance
discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? You know, so
yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
they'll see the thing not generating rage, and let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets?
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. Are you actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver? It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like they're their kind of their thoughts, I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every character class.
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the end of the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually, how it works and what allows, having...
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant is that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like, the idea of, like, why are things, like, so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like, there's maybe in the future you're like, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the kind of the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well, the weapon swapping, I mean, you can still use skills from different elements, different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because, like, definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining, like, this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like, there's, like, very obvious, like, cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got, like, strength versus strength int. Like, we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements
2 hours until
like,
patch
cross
notes.
over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Like... It's interesting, actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature, like physical damage spells on the Strength inside, but that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction? So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like, I do like the idea of being like a rainy druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. All right, good, yes. And the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance and stuff. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you've got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare, exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like it's not really, it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually when I thought about it, it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool. But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for Strength Int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for my slight disingenuousness.
Do something cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got, like, wings to, something defensive for block, or something for, hard carapace maybe, or... I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds?
Yeah,
totally. That sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking, please. I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got the armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Question. It's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin. As you there's like things like that we've added. But it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange, like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can get full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah, so you could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, I was like, oh, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? Pewy ones. Is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. Cool. You know, so a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like actually, like there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game really. You know, it's like what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, and so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more. And you know, and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra passes. So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool. Because it's cool.
That's
really
the best reason you could ask for, right?
I really went through, I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
it's an existential crisis as a node.
I mean, having options is good. I'd rather have too many nodes than not enough nodes, and everything's the same.
About them to you know, get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, to as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like, if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things.
Yeah, I agree.
And if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to. Or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that
their stream, not mine.
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you just, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, you know, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, like,
I love the secret stuff. I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to do more
of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I actually, I love
love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan, I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure, but I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal
Right.
forms. It's
Absolutely.
not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively...
Dude, imagine working for GGG.
So we're doing the changing
That'd be
form by
fun.
utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
No. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works. Like
if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
Yeah,
more
mostly that's just
unclear.
because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made 2 separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separate.
And they're not connected. Like they
not
don't
at all,
have to
right?
be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
They're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That just happened. Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like 2 totally unrelated.
Yeah, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like, yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
So I mean,
on now.
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout.
We got 2.
So like if we'd have had it, so it's like you're time traveling into the past. Like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like
never gonna fool you.
It's just this is not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up for you. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the League has a lot more going on.
I'm interested about those mercenary changes.
It doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world.
Because they were showing Hailstorm rounds had almost double the amount of bolts.
Very strong opinions on this one.
Coming down faster. And they were using that tactician
Gothic,
minion that
secondary
uses.
3 dimensions deep of, like I'm in the past or
in
some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on.
And it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing these generally is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like, and like for each area we're thinking like,
we go with Merc again,
we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
The PoE1 style, betrayal basement. You just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like this makes sense. I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it.
Is it?
Tomorrow's Juan's graduation.
That deserves a toast. Yes, I'll order some drinks on DoorDash.
Game's about to
start. Just a few seconds here. I don't know. They've never had this issue before.
Stay for coffee.
Even the ads are popping.
Never leaving, am I?
That was intro to yoga? More like intro to me crying in the bathroom.
Man, somebody grandma held a plank longer than me.
Oh, I think I tore my chakra.
See, this is why I play Prize Picks. More, less,
skip button, I know.
Simple. And I know if I'm getting
on Twitch.
Right. Fair. Also, this was a lie. I don't know if you could tell.
It's alive! Oh!
Pick, predict, play. Download today. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because it sort of shows you what we can do.
Didn't fix it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's not. And honestly, the scope did explode a little bit because when I think that one of the things. So when I initially designed the League, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff. And it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1
they make too much money off gambling.
Incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff. But we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say
it. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it.
Yes,
then, I mean, everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first League I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. And one of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of
Well,
people
yeah,
worked
it's
on.
usually how it goes.
Made
People
it
have
look
no
really
idea what
awesome.
they're doing.
But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah,
in the evening,
I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things. So just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
It's crazy. He loves it so much. He works at home on the game.
You know, and I just like coming up with all little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative
That's
design
great.
where you're
devs, man.
you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit.
Yeah,
and you're
where
still
is
kind of
Christmas
building
tree?
on what you're doing each time. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill Atziri or
It never fully resets, but when you kill Atziri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. So it goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. So that's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
like
I mean,
Atziri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated Atziri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that, then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill Atziri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah,
we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps. And then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
if you want, or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but the thing with the killing architect and Atziri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on PoE1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if, again, it's
The thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah.
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, you know? It's yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why we I did our temple itemization in the first place. Yeah, just if this time we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can, you know, be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, you know, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know. I mean, Val orbs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. Yeah. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah,
you want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah,
you know,
it was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms, and you're like just going a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
yeah, I mean the temple. We it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like we really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, it seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
Well, you always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
Yeah, it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice. Perfect.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
you're getting a lesser jewels orb in Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE1, you never Valorb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Valorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that. I'm
never gonna hit
it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So,
so you actually have to though. Like it has to be crafted.
Yep. So you craft first, and then you can apply the double craft.
Okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Vile Orbs there as well to kind of.
Yeah, I didn't want the Vile Orbs to just. I mean, you'd still use them on lightweight stones or whatever, but. You know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE 1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement.
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of in PoE 1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
not Adziri, Vile uniques. Yeah. So we initially, I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Vile uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's some sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So yeah, you can create some.
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1. So it like re-rolls it. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Vile items because they've been like infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Vile uniques is different to just random uniques. Where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and you know,
anything good yet
just
for the Q&A?
changes the
really.
item entirely to something else on non-Vile.
Just explaining how it works.
I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Vile unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Vile uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example,
you gotta fix it.
The Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah,
and I'm thinking like this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable.
If you didn't see the reveal, it's completely different.
Like
you like place rooms,
the defenses because obviously level
and then you can keep coming back to the temple until you place enough rooms and then get to the boss.
But then you could also be like, what about
it actually looks really good.
Well, I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss.
Yeah, you'll have to go back and watch the actual reveal.
Turn that on, you know, so also you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate.
No endgame changes.
Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that. You know?
It's like
now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific
you
one
get
that I really wanted
different
to do.
rooms
So,
that
I was like,
are rooms
what
that'll
if you
give
did
you different
plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff, but
you
it's
can
like
double
very
corrupt.
specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vile pool for now, but like if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes. But I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
so many
it's
things.
A lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean, you've also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this?
It's going to be risky double corrupting.
Well, a lot of them are like,
because it's only a 50%
this is too low
chance
level, and I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean. We'll see how it goes, hopefully, and it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means, so if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Vile unique. So hopefully that's fun, and then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You replace the exact 2 bad sides with the exact 2... Because you can replace more than one sometimes.
I have no idea. They haven't said anything about omens.
You get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Valley.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, a bunch of stuff, so...
Hopefully they're decent. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then?
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So, yes.
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, upgrading low-level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever, discuss the idea of Val's skill gems? It feels, weird to, add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite... So, I mean, fundamentally what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, So it's we've kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point, so it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills,
glory kind of
yeah, that's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia, right at this point. I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, all the classes and skills in place and all that. I would say that's like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc. Post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. It basically was kind of during early access. It doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of Endgame, but first, just to repeat to Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery contents in the new acts, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when. At what cost, etc. The same, the classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so it's just. But right now, nothing.
All right. So on Endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the Delirium Fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the Endgame, but not only that, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? The fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying. So that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, how people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying. We only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just made it not not particularly great. So the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? And effectively we're kind of we can go 2 ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory. But
optimization is 25% better.
No leagues do.
In
which case
they were staying
more
80 to 90 FPS while fighting.
For various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just less busy work, less annoying. If every league gave you something that you needed to craft and do something with it, just
the performance changes were nice. They were showing before and after, and it was 45 FPS to now 80 to 90 FPS. It was huge.
Currency, but we're never going to add to them again. And a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that
the Druid Ascendancies was Shaman and Oracle.
Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then of course the question was, how can we make sure that we're not doing a nerf to overall juicing?
Yeah, I mean, optimization is huge. I'm really happy they did it.
The power you had. So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that. In order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more Endgame for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in Endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have immediate, like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing. And that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like
hopefully
something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to Endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and sort of stuff. So
it's like doubled my FPS in this game.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something, and that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in public? Well, it's been pretty successful.
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want to do.
We're not happy with it. But trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like it's
talking about the ascendancy tree.
So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the in-game.
Yeah, it's
and so I do want to put like people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything just in case. You never know.
There's
and
also different parts of the in game that kind of are like independent.
Yeah,
of
I've spent hundreds of dollars on microtransactions.
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So.
They're talking about that end game tree.
That will get a full drastic change, and then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your Atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get
no new ascendancies, just
and then there's
just
heaps
the
more beyond that, of course.
But they reworked 90 of the existing skill gems,
and even that has like
added 120 nodes on the druid side, and then added 130 other nodes around the whole skill tree.
It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure. And
I got the last pack that gave like the portals that were maps,
and, like the burning monolith.
But since I'm on PC now, because I just got a better PC. I was playing on PlayStation,
you don't really
and
feel like you
all
have,
my stuff on PlayStation doesn't transfer over because Sony won't let it. So I got to buy them all over again.
It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1. Was not our end goal, you know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic.
Frog and jellyfish, hell yeah!
So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work.
Yeah, I mean,
it turned out to be way more than we had anticipated. And it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option, do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone. Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right.
The writers are still shit. Maybe?
sad when you look
I
into
don't know.
these things and you're like, oh damn, it was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, you know, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
you can finally rest.
Your thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in-game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes, when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like, there's obviously a point where like once you can one-hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning spin.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to want to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where
I think so. Dawn of the Hunt.
You can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to, at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to.
I mean, like having the choice. Like these guys really get their game. Like it's so nice.
Drops XP scale. I mean,
that they just really take it
and bosses
to heart.
But, it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler. And I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that. But that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird...
more pack size, more loot.
Thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the endgame now, where it's like you step into the endgame, it's kind of a right, and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031, I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the endgame, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our
I like
builds,
that.
much like you can play the character how you want to play your character. We can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can. But maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping
no new
tabs on it really well.
crafting.
And what that's
Yeah,
kind of
you're gonna have to do the abyss
magic
tablets
versus rare is, you know, like we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal would be the case
But they had
that
some
like, you know, killing a
good like modifiers you can roll on. It was like 25% more to get the Ulamon modifier or stuff like that.
Your build can one hit either of them in any case. Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So, you know, but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything. Still, it's just, you know,
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to, you know, in order to kill them, as far as like, you know, relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like, you know, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So I mean, it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that, like, you know,
we'll bump the life, but now you're going to die more.
And a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
You know, like, but it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, you know, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered, you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too. You know, the things for fast traveling and
Yeah.
respawning. Then all of the things
appear on the minimap.
Yeah,
The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back
I mean,
when
I'm
people were
okay with
complaining
that.
about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But
So
that
you
was
just
implemented a while
play your
ago.
map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen. But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Not every icon. So strongboxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
So basically, you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now, some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's, generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Yeah, it's about getting those last things, and
and then it's like,
Yeah, it
okay,
is
look,
better,
you're
I think.
now allowed to see if you missed anything.
Or like, you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is
map boss,
nice.
right?
So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground. Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But you know, that's a perfect example of, again, it's it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so yeah, it's
a good case study, because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the like, I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because like, oh, I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, like that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change. Then nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Yeah, you just said rare monsters, and I just had this random like.
Good.
Wait,
what more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But yeah, everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff. Yeah. We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit.
Ooh, this should be a good one.
Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that
I think I
the
feel
tree
you can see it in front of me.
Like, we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. And that does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to, the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree, that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together.
Yeah, you got the 4 titties and widescreen.
Thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how which they're all different, right? The way that the monsters scale per level isn't the same. The way that The tree, and thus the tree benefits are different, the gear is different, and everything. So
I get a
again,
4.
not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean a couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally, the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
Class stats were stronger than
you get the M on the top and stuff like that, and so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but and just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that
too. More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Is if I'm wearing all white gear, how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason
that
for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
There. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? That's sort of another example of part of the thinking.
Can you give me another water?
The more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, it's kind of
obviously
just
that's not entirely base in PoE 1, but because you have base life. As in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just since
yeah, dude, what's on there?
Still pretty happy with the decision to remove.
That was when I was going to do React content.
I mean, we just
I had a bunch of videos.
It's more that decision is mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah,
it's we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously
that's for my internet company.
And there's obviously still work to do.
That's for my internet. Both of these are
never ending.
Chat GPT for dealing with the internet bullshit.
The tree will just continue to evolve. We added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the druid ones, but not just that. We added more ignite support on around the mercenary. For example, this time as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's some changes to more some prod speedy stuff because we were looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, you can shoot them across the screen, and so well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, so we're doing a bunch of little increments like that just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place.
Yeah.
So it's what did you actually achieve?
So with the approach to life then, which I feel makes sense, not wanting the trees to look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's
good
a defense
question,
like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling, and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and I'll just
I guess
it's going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really
my
hard
hips
to
would
know,
explode
and
too.
even
I
changes
can't
to
sit
how
like
the
that.
monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to
They're all sitting like
know
that.
exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest, is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous. Making
ridiculous.
Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of.
That is still the intention, yes. That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely
evasion's not bad, but
and then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like it just straight up ES leech.
I agree. Yeah, it's not like, as good as hybrid. Yeah,
I don't want to take that away.
100%.
I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So and that happened and more and more and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff? I've never done a full evasion PoE1. Can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well, cool. Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like one or two of us. I mean, historically, it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite
That's
squad.
it for balance? That's crazy.
Balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters really. And the bosses and
nothing crazy
all
at
all. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, you want to, there's always you make bad things good things bad, well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad quite a little time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But the, you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be other power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would like you know, like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach, where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like, we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, you know, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye.
Oh, really?
I was ready for that one.
They got rid of the homos?
They were illegal.
God damn it, dude. They were the best one.
I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So, you know,
how do you mean?
Well,
we're gonna have to wait for the patch
notes. Other conversation probably.
45 minutes.
Yeah, like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff
we'll talk more on the
it's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but yeah, there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But you know, I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like Spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on Spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. Increasing the mana cost, but
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like
that might be it.
And that's it. It's just if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah. Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, of this inevitable we're
plus
probably going
skills.
to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like
too strong.
Because
you have to have
a very useful tool. Yeah, I think it's just I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra.
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spells so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage
100%.
on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't, I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So
that's a good change.
And then
makes sense.
If you want... Like it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you. Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage. I actually think it was than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So
right.
At least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, but. It's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
you actually made a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes. When we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. Yeah. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
Bad. The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is,
I mean, you have double the affixes,
but go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's
if you want full
and that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is
that the way to go now.
The weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like, you get to endgame and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the endgame choices for all of these weapons. Bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not, nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, yeah, I don't know.
Everybody's saying that's about rarity on gear.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity in gear.
Yes.
Yeah, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
Well, I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work.
Hey, as long as he says he's going to remove it eventually.
It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. Like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like. For sure, it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works, and which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, you know, that no one has access to, except for us.
And you've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff.
He might be. That's the guy doing the tier 7 maps.
Like you guys kind of
saying it was better
it that way for that one, or is it something you're like misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, you know, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's also, it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like we can't say like the number of the, like, well, okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that, it just increases currency. Like it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that. And that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated. And yeah, there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point, even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. So
but
yeah,
I think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like,
and that's very
it's
difficult.
okay. I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a yeah. It's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should give? What should Dex
Jesus,
give?
yeah.
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense.
Cool.
Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling,
Farm them dukes,
lightning damage
boys.
seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. Just in terms of doing more raw damage, having access to
Fucking
shock,
right. Big old schlong.
and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements? And
good question.
I'm not going to say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10.
They nerfed Wildstorm.
I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
Tons of things
that aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board.
Guys are too good.
But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So yeah, again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious. So
Sounds gay. I'm in.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure, like cold was
but ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta. Like,
oh yeah, the cast on Death Comet. Cast on crit used to be crazier too.
Fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic.
Like,
kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure. Yep. So even if it was meant to be those 3 ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing.
Yeah, double cast on crit used to be a thing.
Not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful.
I remember that.
You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the Shock back and some of the other outliers here and there was a first step in the direction, but it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning, you know. It's like, be easy to do, it's the wrong thing to do for sure. So
yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned, you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging ailments, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah, it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah, 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, you know, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, you know, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like, you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright. right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, you know, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that. And so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, yeah, that's obviously right. Let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined because
patch
you can
notes
very
in
easily
23
undo
minutes.
a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So, yeah, fine tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay,
for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Like Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like
Yeah, they always do it after the Q&A.
Some of the specific essences.
They said 11 a.m.
Like the tiered currencies,
New Zealand time,
feel like
which is
I think
22 minutes.
overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they always
and,
do.
Like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about Abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty
Hailstorm round's got a buff.
some interesting decision making in crafting.
And they kept showing the tactician using the minion on the ascendancy.
Crafting from
I'm
it.
curious.
Number changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Oh yeah, passive tree. We won't see that yet. Passive tree will be like
we have to go and look at everywhere that adds
10 hours
equivalent mods
before.
and make sure those are increased as well.
Data mined.
And so like either way, there's some
Which we got like 250 new nodes.
overflow effects that just kind of happen due to
I think it's more than last time.
balance changes all over the place, but nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But it's still there when you're playing through, even though it's core. When you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
Yeah, I'm
I think
excited.
6, and each give throughout the entire campaign. Each will give a crafting thing, so you have at least 6 guaranteed.
Yeah,
campaign
it's going to be
crafts.
nice.
Great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not, and so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had, and then in game, sure, use your tablets, and then start running it. And
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there, so, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon.
Yeah,
with,
well,
like,
they have that
Sacrifice of Vile stuff too.
node where
New
you can
Vile
have
stuff.
more minions
Excellent news.
at the reservation
alongside
of
that, we
Spirit
had the
and have, like, unlimited.
addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear
So,
acquisition, raising both,
if
like,
the tactician
floor of, like,
ascendancy
what's considered your, like, baseline
does
gear,
affect
what's your
that,
one
which I know it
excellent gear
doesn't
basically
now,
comes-
for that
goes up a lot,
50%.
but also, like, getting it more accessible
I
to
wonder
get
how
to,
many artillery
like,
ballistas I
to
could
craft
have.
or to obtain,
You know?
the really high-end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of, like, players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people, like, reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
Yeah, I think it's 100 now though, but they said it was a placeholder.
Like the crafting system as it,
And they also have the spell
trading system
totems
as it
now,
is something people
but-
just need to have. So like we just have to work within that.
Yeah, the keystone, yeah.
I'll tell you.
It's like you
if
can have
we
unlimited totems, but
in-game
it's like 100
itemization
spirit
problem,
per
We're
totem.
not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
Yeah.
We're finally, we can put that in our.
Because right now,
yeah, so
the
question is,
50%
like, I
spirit
guess,
reduction
how
on
more
the
just adapting
tactician
over time.
does
I'm just
not
curious, like, as to
affect that,
how
but hopefully that'll
extreme it has been, 'cause
change.
It seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy.
Uh,
but
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to
But then at the end of
analyze.
the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't.
Yeah, grenades are
necessarily
getting
matter.
nerfed,
Like, we just have to
100%.
work with it and just deal with it. So you know.
I know
Yeah,
in the
100
past there was
spirit
a
is
fear, and this kind of
so
touches on
much.
crafting a lot.
You'll
where,
have
if people could craft
less
like,
totems
like really good
if you
gear
spec into that node.
super easily, that they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like You know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience.
Nothing, nothing real crazy.
Right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming
nothing
back
too
every
crazy.
Day. Like we don't necessarily.
They said eventually they do want to remove item rarity from gear. They just can't do it yet because they got to put it in other places.
Come back and play the next one. So you know that's kind of our philosophy on that. So you know retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like to league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are.
But yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it. Because like that, you know, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
All right, Wriggles, take it easy,
It'd be
sir.
interesting to see how this continues to play out, then the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely
I need a stash tab sale. When's the next one?
On the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good. Yep. So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? Yeah. What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
Nick.
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removable speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got
interesting.
And you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
Of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like, I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller so that move speed's less important, I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on it was that topic. Okay, cool. Okay. Thanks team. Just confirming that. I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point.
We're at the same stance on that, really. Which is, it's interesting because technically,
no, you can still do that.
Acknowledging that is wrong in the context of stars and wands, then we might have to reevaluate
other runes that you can only have one rune equipped.
You know, it's an interesting thing where one
might change. I don't know.
Might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But is that
we've done number buffs at the very least, yes. I think almost every ascendancy class has some level, like honestly some of it is like one node changed, some of it like for example Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid, I mean Pathfinder just did that, we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes, I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage defenses and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or
of course
reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been
changes everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks... we have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like, we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. So here's the thing, now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. It's specifically as specters.
I know, right,
and
Trevor?
honestly, you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player, and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions.
I still haven't played monks, so I have no idea.
There's a player, right? They assume there's a player, because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is, I think we're still doing, I've held back from the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is, and that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right.
Yeah, usually like every day they add another
and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been
update to the patch notes
a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Jesus.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer,
a lot, dude.
stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards.
Fair.
Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay.
It just, what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
it's quite. There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half ranged weapon. I guess.
Stormwave really melee, you know? Then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are. From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
You know, kind of a lot better now for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like, around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap has narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually, but yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, you know, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing, when you get damage per combo, I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. You know, some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision?
Yeah, I'd rather them do that.
And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, you know, up at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
that might have been like a long time.
That was actually for the huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably like, not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yes. Yeah, something I promise every single time. And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, you know, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it.
Yeah, that's
looking forward to
that's
it.
That's got to be a big work.
I know. We will have it, but yeah,
controller inventory. Oof, no.
But
okay, good news. It's being worked on daily, it sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't know how to have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like I really want it to be next year. Like I really do. So, you know, like it'll be, I really want it to be next year. But
we certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people.
I mean, to be fair, compared to other game devs and other companies, they've done way more in early access than any other company ever has.
This thing where we severely underestimated how much time,
you gotta give them credit.
It would add.
It's okay if they push it back a bit. We're still getting tons of content
because it's cool. I mean, that has an expensive.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
So that's true.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
that's
true.
good take first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you're saying. Like looking at the side-by-side footage, was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan. But effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, you know, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, you know, just,
I'm excited for that. Like that's just going to make a big difference.
There's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
That's crazy.
As I said, like not consistently in all cases. So,
double frame rate.
And consoles, obviously,
that's such a huge thing.
You know, consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. And yeah, it's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, like, you know, like the thing with multi-threading is that, like, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause
on your
some,
workstation.
Issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly, like, you know, some of the, like, go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that, like, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and like it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is, like, I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point, like, when I'm looking at it now, I'm like, we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and you know, like, I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And as I said, like, already it's so much better now.
So
but we'll be even better than that.
You might have to refresh the browser, but under notifications at your top right here, you click on that, and it'll tell you, like, I got my drop. So,
no, thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to talk to you once again.
You click on that.
To checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Sick. See you, boys.
Cameras on, so I'll just look at you.
Hell yeah. Let me make sure it doesn't have anything crazy. Yeah, okay. So basically, once you get in here, like, all I have to do is hit claim now, and then now I have it. You have to, like, connect your game account, but outside of that, you're good to go. Was that the patch notes dropping? Patch notes! Oh shit, boys. Oh shit. Oh shit, we got them. Oh man. Shit, where do we start? Where do we start? Man. I do have to let my dogs out. I do want to see ascendancy changes real quick. Look like that. Tactician. Supporting fire skill granted by Unleash Hell has been updated. Command death from above cooldown is now 20 seconds, previously 40. Well, that's way better. Now fires a volley every 0.75 seconds, previously every 2 seconds. Now fires 6 total volleys, previously 4. Now has 14 meter width, previously 17. Attack damage is now 763%, previously. Okay, well, it might be better. We'll see. Strategic embankment snowball passive skill has been updated. Artillery ballista no longer grants 40% increased immobilization build. Now grants 20% increased skill speed. That's way better. That's way better. We didn't need any more immobilization. We had enough. Siege ballista no longer grants 50% increased damage against immobilized. Now grants 25% more damage. Oh, damn. So instead of increased damage, it's more damage? All right. Mortar Cannon now grants 25% of damage gained as extra fire. Okay, so that's a buff. Added Spell Totem to the embankment, and that grants critical hit chance. Okay, so nothing else got changed. Just those, which are... We'll take it. Gemling. Okay. Witch Hunter, Witch Bane now has enemies have maximum concentration with 30% maximum life per 40. This is a buff, all right? Sorcerer War also protects against physical. Okay. Passive skill tree changes. Added more than 250 new passive skills to the druid side. Jesus. Oh man, this is gonna take a while to go through them all. Gem changes. Jesus, we're gonna have to deep dive this. Living Lightnings now deal the same amount of damage for each hit in the chain, previously dealing less damage. Oh, okay. The cooldown count of 8. Okay. Skill changes. Let's see. Fragmentation rounds now has bolts pierce 2 targets at gem level 1, scaling to bolts pierce 5 targets at gem level 24. Previously 2 at all gem levels. Base projectile speed has been increased by 50%. All right. Hailstorm rounds now stores 40 to 50 bolts. Previously 20 to 25, so they doubled the amount of bolts. Fuck yeah. Now has an attack damage of 132 to 228%. Okay, a little bit lower. But that's okay. You're getting twice the amount of bolts. Now has 150% more reload speed. Previously 100. Now has equal magnitude of chill inflicted as freeze buildup. So Hailstorm rounds is going to be strong. Out of Thunder now has an attack damage of 40 to 122. So that got nerfed a little bit, but that's fine. It's still going to be strong. Ice Shards, is that? I still don't see this being good, but we can try it. Incendiary Shot now consumes 15 heat to gain 100% more ignite magnitude. Okay, well that's good. Lightning Arrow, let's see what they did to this. No longer bypasses the charge up time on Lightning Rod's burst. Instead, the burst caused by Lightning Arrow can occur once every 0.1 seconds. Okay. Lightning Rod. The limit of active Lightning Rods allowed is now 10. They nerfed it in half for Lightning Rod. I'm curious if they're going to touch Stormblast. Cyberpunk, 250 FPS. Jesus. Start at the bottom. I don't see Lightning Spear. Did not touch it? Maybe not yet. Oil Grenade, cooldown is now 4 seconds. Duration's 1. Permafrost bolts. Now his projectiles pierce 2 targets. Scaling to 5 targets. Base projectile speed has been increased by 50%. Now has equal magnitude of chill inflicted as freeze buildup. Okay. Okay. Good changes. The fact that all the shotgun blasts are getting more projectile speed is amazing. Because I usually only picked up like 32% projectile speed. And that made a big difference. So having them get an extra 50% projectile speed is going to be amazing. Plasma blast now has 50% increased magnitude of shock instead of 50% more magnitude of shock. Okay. It's the same. Is that not the same thing? Oh, yeah, I guess that'll scale off of whatever your shock magnitude of shock is versus just 50% of, I guess, the base. Roll mount no longer increases your movement speed. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while mounted. Shard scavenger buff duration is now 3 seconds. Minimum duration between consumption is now 6 seconds at gem level. Okay. The siege cascade now has 100% more damage against immobilized enemies. Quality is now plus 0 to 40% more damage against immobilized. So it got a little bit of a buff. Nothing on Stormblast bolts. Nothing on Stormblast bolts. We got away. Well, I mean, they did say there were some that they were going to rework, right? But Stormblast did not get hit. Stormblast did not get hit. Would you look at that? It could be coming because they said they're gonna, you know, they drop stuff like every night they add some more. Fuck yeah, dude. Voltaic grenade now has 3 uses. Cooldown's now 4 seconds. Okay. Wind Dancer, Gale Force now deals 27 to 82% versus the 53 to 160. They cut that shit in half. God damn. Shit. All right, well, that's all I wanted to see for now. It's been 4.5 hours. I gotta let the dogs out. I gotta feed them. I'm gonna make a video going over the mercenary changes off stream and then get that posted. But thanks for hanging out. I know there's a lot of options out there for watching this kind of stuff because everybody's on streaming. But I'll get the mercenary changes up. I can get my leveling build video out. And hell yeah. Yeah, it's nothing in there about it. No changes to Galvanic, Stormblast. They really didn't change any mercenary. Unless it was some of the ones he was saying they pulled back and then they're going to reintroduce when they kind of finalize it. We'll see. But as of right now, we got away pretty nicely. But anyway, I appreciate you all. Thanks for hanging out. And I'll be posting some videos later. And I might be back later.